Okay. Can everyone hear me? You see things. Okay, that's not good. Okay, cool. Mic's working. I was worried if the mic was not working, that would be a very bad sign. Return indeed. Yeah, it has been too long since I've done like a normal stream. Um, yeah, right when I was about to start, yeah, I had to take a call and it was pretty important. So yeah, sorry for the 30-minute delay. Yeah, welcome back to the struggle. Oh, right, too. Although I did this yesterday, but yeah, when I logged back into the game, I had to redo my whole UI because it was reset back to the default. And even this, I gotta move that back down too. I miss when Reshow looked like that. I think Falcom's gonna make him bigger. I don't think Falcom's done. I think he's gonna. I think I think they're gonna make him even bigger. You better hope there's no more engine changes for the rest of the series, but there probably will be at least like one or two more.
Drinks are on me someday.
What? Who did that? Oh, thanks, Ryokyu. Rio? I forgot how to pronounce y'all's name. Appreciate it. $10. Welcome back for more Shadowbringers. Just be aware the change is coming in about 7 months or so. Yeah, I heard that they're making a new expansion, and they're definitely gonna. I didn't hear the specifics, but they're gonna be making some pretty big like gameplay changes. Ryokyu, the series will end in 2032. Are you talking about Trails? Trails is not ending in 2032. I don't know. I just have a feeling, you know. When would Kondo ever lie to you? Kondo never lies to you. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was one more thing I didn't do before starting this. Alright, I wanted to do character configuration. I'm trying to redo that setting that allows you to like, although it probably won't matter that much because it's not like I'm playing healer. But the setting where like I can just roll the scroll the mouse wheel and it automatically cycles through my party, and that's easy for like selecting party members and stuff. Character config. Control. Oh, there it is. Mouse. There it is. So scroll up through party list and then scroll down through party list. Okay. Nice. It's probably not going to matter that much since I'm not healing, but you know. New combat should be November or December. I was at FanFest last week. It was fun as always. It was my 7th FanFest between Final Fantasy 11 and 14. I really enjoyed meeting people again and haven't seen since 2018. And Evercold comes out in January. I'm not using a controller. I'm using keyboard and mouse. I find it works better with this hand because, well, I guess controller does work kind of good, but like, controller isn't bad, but it's like, controller is best for like, I guess, playing the actual game, but like, I don't know, navigating the menus and doing all the other shit, and then managing the stream, I just find keyboard and mouse to be a bit more convenient. I've used mouse and keyboard for over 10 years, and I never knew about the scroll button party feature. I will say, before I start, I do like how they're gonna... You said they're gonna make some changes to the gameplay or the battles. I think that's kind of cool, because honestly, I do think... if they find some new way to, I guess, make it... Not that it's not fun, but some way to, like, I guess, freshen it up. Like, I think it is... That'll be nice, because it does kind of feel... How do I put it? I don't remember what video I had seen or what, like, I had seen it somewhere on the internet, but they said, like, it felt more like you're rehearsing a dance as opposed to, like, engaging in a fight, if that makes sense. So if they can find it, you know, a way to make it less about memorization and more about, like, you know, I don't know, then I think that'd be cool. I have a hard time putting it into words. But I do think it after a few expansions, it does kind of get a bit stale, is what I'm saying. I've used a mouse and keyboard for over 10 years, never knew about the scroll button party feature. I've used a mouse and keyboard ever since my FF11 days back in 2004, and I'm too set in my ways to change it. Accurate. The more or less provide a combat system for the old gameplay as well as the new one. Okay. Well, we can start, I guess. I'll probably stay on for about maybe 3 hours, maybe a bit more. It depends on how things go, but I'm going to plan to do roughly 3 hours. Wait, hold on. Nah, we're starting. Fuck it, no more delays. Tataru is itching to share what appears to be good news. I might have to make this a bit bigger. Good news, weapons. We had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Exactly, so I was thinking we should go and lend a hand. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner we can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. And we have to find a way to wake them up and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Spending 10 minutes executing a static movement pattern while hitting all your buttons in order. Peak gameplay experience. It's kind of fascinating at first, especially since, you know, I only played like 1 or 2 other MMOs before playing this one, and they did feel very, you know, FF14 is a masterpiece compared to those two, but yeah, like I said, it does get a bit stale. They called that out specifically. One of the purposes of the gameplay changes is to free people from the 2-minute meta and allow actual personal playstyles that's still viable in extreme content. Sorry, weapons, but all the scions died while you were gone last year. Dang. Wait. Oh. I realize I kind of have no way of zooming in anymore. I might... Well... I know what I'll do. Hold on. Okay, that might not work. I could use the strafing buttons. I might use the strafing buttons. There we go. It'll work. We'll live. Right, okay. So we gotta head out here. Oh, right, I gotta put the mount button back on, too. Wait, it didn't even... Oh, God, okay, I gotta resave my favorites. Add the favorites. Add the favorites. I might as well just have this as its own thing, I'm gonna be honest. Because whatever Shadowbringers area I'm going into, it's gonna also... I won't be able to fly anymore, so to be fair, this should probably just be its own slot. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. Sure, add to favorites. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. Alright. Right, and then... I should probably, yeah, put it there. Off we go. Whoa, 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 stop, okay. Stop moving. Thankfully, you only have to find 5 of them while completing 4 side quests and getting far enough in the MSQ. I know it's been years, but I still get spooked when I see someone flying in the Rome Reborn zones. Wait, why? Oh, because it didn't exist. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah.
Look how many people there are. Should we
Yay,
get to it then?
voice acting.
Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called the chief for some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Biggs and Wedge are probably like, she helped us out with frickin' Omega and then disappeared for a year. What the hell? Shadowbringer has more voiced cutscenes? Alright, good. Kinda means I won't get, like, tired as easily reading out loud.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
She's not
Oh,
that
I'll
much
be
smaller
fine.
than him.
This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
They're almost the same size. She might be like a millimeter shorter than him. Yes, Wolfster, you made it just in time. Lucky for you, I had a couple last minute.
I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
You got lucky because I had a couple technical difficulties and then I sorted those out, and then like I had to take care of something like right before the stream started. So like you literally haven't missed like almost anything. The true protagonist power, finding the MacGuffin in seconds when every other person looks for hours fruitlessly. Skill issue.
What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Oh.
Stay with me. Focus on my voice.
The final prank call.
Expanse, contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light.
Side effects include splitting headaches and prank calls. The life of a protagonist is hard.
Thank you
for showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
Orchafont. Oh, these must be memories, I guess.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Go!
Your spirited accounts always comes.
We did everything right.
Oh, hey,
Everything was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Hey, Kawok. Or Tilrin. I guess you go by both. Yeah, hey. I know you said this time was kind of an inconvenient one for you, but I appreciate you dropping in nonetheless. Arbor,
Your
yeah.
time has not yet come.
Oh, it's Minfilia. Oh, I'm sorry, she doesn't go by Minfilia anymore, but, you know. Dang, what is this place, and why is it so bright? What? Who dis? Oh, it's probably, what's his face? Arbert. Or it looks like him. Yeah, I think it's him. Seems like a lot is going on. You're basically... I don't even know how to phrase this. You are... Yeah, a lot has gone on. This is apparently the best expansion in the whole game, is what people tell me. I guess the best way I can put it, you're stepping in on the Cold Steel 3 and 4 of Final Fantasy XIV, I guess, if I had to make like a direct comparison. But yeah, I guess a lot has
From endless dreams I awake.
been going on. Yeah, some of this stuff was brought up, yeah, as early as Heavensward, which was like 2 expansions ago.
Something vague.
Oh, by the way,
Calls me to action once more.
Shadowbringers is part of the free trial now, I think. So arguably, the quote-unquote best part of the game, as people put it, is actually available now for free, like... So there's that. FF14 is kind of like a poor man's Trails in terms of, like, story. I personally prefer Endwalker, but Endwalker relies heavily on Shadowbringers story. Oh, and yeah, hey Aaron, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I've heard, yeah, people's favorite expansion, yeah, it's kind of a toss-up between Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Hey, hold on, isn't that the frickin',
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
what do you call it? That's the frickin', carriage guy. The guy who saved my bacon back in Realm Reborn. Multiplayer games aren't really a thing, but I'm open to expanding my horizons, especially since I like Final Fantasy. I'm not really much of a social gamer either, but like there's a lot of how do I put it? It is very much... It tries its best to cater to, I guess, single-player people who don't really like socializing. Like, you still have to do dungeons with people, but it's more of like you just queue up for a dungeon, you guys say, you know, hello to each other, and then like y'all clear the dungeon. You know, very simple stuff. You don't really have to closely interact with that many people at all. You can, but you don't have to. Time of night? Wait a minute, he said... What do you mean, time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time.
Oh, that applies to
And
all of
when,
them now?
pray tell,
Wolfster?
did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Yeah.
Oh, right, another thing.
Over 100
Oh.
bleeding years ago.
I guess I'll wait for this cutscene to end.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Does he not recognize me? We have met before.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around.
I'm in a different world?
Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
I got isekai'd? What do you mean I'm not in Eorzea anymore? Although that would explain why, I guess, he's got a different coat on.
Dizzying heights it rises.
You know what?
Gleaming spire.
Ah, damn it. Can these people stop talking so I can say shit? Damn.
Blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
I guess if I'm in a different world, then this is a different version of Crystal Tower. But it's coming back to me now, because they did say back in Heaven's Word that there's the real, well, I don't want to say, saying real world sounds a bit rude, but like there's there's my world, but then there's like 12 or 13 variations of it, and like they have varying amounts of light and darkness in it. And then the one that the Warriors of Darkness came from had too much light, and then the light like basically destroyed their world. Then that's why they ended up at odds with us. So am I in another one of those worlds? It's either a suspiciously similar lookalike or something weird's going on. I'm thinking what happened, I got transported to one of the other variations of my world, one of the other 13 world, well, I guess 12 worlds, because I think the ones that the Warriors of Darkness came from, yeah, the main one and the 13 splintered pieces, but I guess there's only 12 now because the one that Ardbert came from already got destroyed because of the light. Warriors of Light, so it's like early Final Fantasy. I heard it actually borrows a lot from Final Fantasy III, specifically. Okay, wait, so I'm in... Yeah, I think it's... 14 has a lot of FF3 references, so I'm thinking it's probably more so in line with Final Fantasy III. Which, fun fact, I have recently played and beat 3 in the 1-year hiatus that I was away, so I should be able to catch a lot of FF3 references now, if they come back up. There's less than 12 reflections left because the Ascians already rejoined a bunch of them. Yeah, when I used footage of 3 in one of my vids, I think I was about a little over the halfway mark, but I beat it shortly afterwards. Yeah. Minfilia mentioned the Ascians destroyed 7 already. Okay, so 6 left, and mine. So I'm thinking I'm in one of those. I'm in one of those 6 that are left then. One is just the Void. Okay, 5 left. Technically, if we're... So I'm in one of those 5, or did something else happen to the other? I guess I'll figure it out. Basically, I guess, Kalok, if you're still here, the Ascians, who are, I guess, one of the major antagonists in this game, they're basically trying to, I guess, collapse the remaining versions, the remaining splinters based off of my world back into, oh my god, I need to catch up with this shit. My memory is fuzzy. But basically, causing calamity in the others will cause them to, I guess, rejoin and resurrect their god. Something like that. Okay, yeah, I figured. I'm in one of the 5 remaining variations of my original world. Like I said, I guess I got isekai'd. The Warriors of Darkness, who you met back in Heavensward, they came from one of those worlds, but their world got swallowed. Basically, they eliminated the darkness in their world, but then because there was a lot of light there, the light basically, I guess, turned on them and like swallowed up all the, you know, everyone once the darkness was gone. I think the god is called Zodiark or something. Like I think he's the opposite of Hydaelyn, who is the goddess that's been helping me out. Basically, Hydaelyn, good crystal, Zodiark, bad crystal. God, this is really hard to explain to someone with like 0 context from the other expansions.
Halt.
First bunny girl.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
But where's your hat, though?
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Thanos was right. After all, light and dark, like everything needs balance. That's what I'm thinking, because... Or that's what I think they're going for. It's the fact that maybe everyone naively thought that having an abundance of light meant that they'd be okay, but then the light turned on them in a way that they would expect the darkness to. At least that's what I get. And that would make sense on why it's called Shadowbringers, because then maybe you need dark... It's like an inversion. You need darkness to oppose the light to balance things back out again. Or at least that's the vibe I got when I saw the trailer. And the fact that Dark Knight is the poster boy job of this expansion. I wonder if she knows if... Is there a Gridania here? Let's see.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists.
Oh boy. Okay. That answers that.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
As said in Kingdom Hearts, you can't have light without darkness. We're bringing in the darkness. We're becoming everything we hated. I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, Tilrin, to answer your question, so I've played Kingdom Hearts I actually got into Trails because I was looking for another like JRPG where like all the games mattered and stuff. So I think someone had recommended I play Trails, so that's how I played Trails. I'm playing FF14 right now. I heard that the Fate series was also kind of really long and stuff, and was kind of about that too. I've kind of been putting it off though because it's like, I don't know. I was gonna start with the visual novels, but also, I don't know if I have the attention span for it, but one of these days I might try it. A Swedish bunny girl. A Swedish bunny girl who's also a dancer. Yuki Mizuno. Hey, how are you?
It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
I do hate how YouTube, like, it shows the @ but it doesn't show the username anymore. But yeah, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. That explains why Luxord over there didn't recognize me.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
Icelandic, not Swedish, and I'm good. The peddler is dead, he got consumed. Rip that dude. Oh. Oh. Why? Because he was drinking? Oh my. If you want other examples of games with a lot of continuity, I've already mentioned Rants. There's also Juan Yun Sword, though not all translated. Maybe Higurashi, but in a different way that's hard to explain. Speaking of Rants, though, it's shockingly coming to Steam. That is surprising, considering what I've heard about it. But hey, I guess if it comes to Steam, that makes it convenient. It's not the same peddler who saved it. Okay, so there's two peddlers. There's the peddler in this world, and there's the peddler in my world. I think the peddler in my world is still alive. He's the one who saved me way earlier in the game. The peddler from this world is technically not the same guy, but he just looks exactly like him. But yeah, I guess he's, you know, he's dead. Also, does Xenoblade count as like an every game matters kind of series now? Like, there's only a handful of them, but, you know, considering, I guess 3 apparently, like, relies on knowledge from the first 2, you know. And if you want to count Xenosaga and Xenogears even more so.
But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Also, if the balancing for the audio, if for whatever reason the game audio is louder than my voice, or if my voice is too quiet or my voice is too loud, just let me know and I'll try and adjust it.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Okay. Voice is fine. Alright. But I can also recommend the Project X Zone series, as all those games matter. Okay.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
Yeah, anyone who just joined a while ago, you haven't missed too much. I got isekai'd like a few minutes ago.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you were still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
What if I had died before getting there? That would have been very funny.
And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact.
Okay, so I'm in the first... Alright, I'm in the first one, but like... I thought the first one already got swallowed up by light. Or does getting swallowed up by light not necessarily mean it was destroyed? It just means like it's just in a less than ideal state. By the way, Claire did nothing wrong, returned. Doing his thing, though, less often. Oh. I'm not really familiar with the guy. I just happen to know... I just happen to recognize his username, and I guess I just know he likes Claire a lot, that's all. This place looks pretty bright. You'll see what it meant, but basically remember Minfilia intervened. It just lit up, which is what caused those guys to back down. Oh, okay.
As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions. That is a question with no simple answer, but all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
Okay, so not all of it was destroyed, just most of it.
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
He had to call for third-party support, I guess. So I'm guessing it's like a dystopian wasteland outside of this area, pretty much. Think of these monsters like the Void... Okay, so they're just light-based Void Scent, essentially. The place seems cool, beautiful. Yeah, like, it's unfortunate that that happened, but, like, yeah, the place does seem nice-looking, I mean... I don't know. Eternal Daylight sounds a little bit better than Eternal Night. I mean, you know... Might be a bit harder to sleep, but, you know.
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
People in Scandinavia deal with constant day a lot. I hear it's like that in Alaska too, I think. It's like daytime for 6 months and then nighttime for 6 months or something like that.
Such a proud and vibrant city.
I can already see the Aether Crystal. Where I'll be
sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion.
setting up my teleportation.
Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Yeah, the constant flux near the poles. I do wonder what this thing is that he just gave me. Wait, where is it? He gave me some kind of item box. Oh yeah, this. Alright, hold on. Let me sort. I'll probably open that later. Okay, yeah, I figured this was going to be the hub world for this expansion. Yeah, okay, it was in 1.0, but okay. Interesting. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful if you were to first gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheriide, a convenience with which I am sure you are... Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that. Being the right object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your ethereal trail and find a connection to the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. Okay, that's cool. I can go back and forth. That's nice. After you've done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheriide and head out to the left to arrive in the crystalline mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catless, one of the people I shall like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. Third and final person is Bragi. our man in charge of trade and distribution. He's to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Ethereite Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Get it? Crystal clear? Very good, I concede. The layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars and will struggle to accept your truth of origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. They gonna ask me where the Eastern clothes came from, though. When you finish making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Weapon and armor just like previous expansions, okay. But my current weapon is probably better. Yeah, I think I have the, Oh, I thought it was glamored, but no, it's just literally Tsukuyomi's, thing. Although I'll be switching that out anyway, but yeah. If you get a full set of Tombstone gear, it will last until the 75 dungeon. And get the Aether Crystals throughout the city. So you know interdimensional is expensive. I'm sure the fee on that is very, yeah, pricey. I sometimes wonder if Crystal Quests would have been a better name for Final Fantasy given how often they appear. Yeah, but then it would probably sound too similar to Dragon Quest. If I'm thinking. I know it was called that because it was his last attempt to make a game, and if it didn't work, he'd give up. Yeah. Well, good thing it did work out. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier. Uh-oh. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too. Thanks to us and the mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Yulmoran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that width of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friends of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began to congregate around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarian began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So, if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catless, and I'll find you a niche here in the crystalline mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Yeah, barriers this early. Say what you will about Lloyd, but Estelle, Kevin, and Reen don't have such an iconic word that they can randomly insert into anything. And yeah, Crystal Tower, yeah, it's another FF3 reference. Ultraviolence? How's the exploration going? I just talked to who I assume to be the crafting person. So, 2 to go. Hold on. How? I think I go this way. Yeah, this way. Ultraviolence might not be in the remake. Yeah, because I heard the Sky the First script. Gung Ho went for one that was closer to the Japanese version, and I heard the ultraviolence line was something that was kind of added in the localization. So yeah, I might not come back. Sorry. A grim thought. I guess I can attune with this in the meantime. Some Amaljas there too, although I don't know if they're called Amalja, but you know. Whatever they're called. The guys who worshipped Ifrit. Oh, Gung Ho was just the publisher. Act 2 were the localizers. Or, sorry, no. Actil. That looks like Act 2 from where I'm sitting. Actil were the localizers. Okay. I did not know that. Thanks for the clarification. I thought Gung Ho were the localizers until I saw the credits. Yeah, I guess because yeah, if Actil was the localizers, then you would have thought that maybe they would have, maybe at least their logo would have been on the box art. But I guess it's because Nisa happens to be the publisher and the localizers for a lot of the recent Trails games, so that's why, you know. Actil did manage to fix the localization of Ellie and Armand's names due to the feedback, so I have hope still. They might add it because of infamy. That'd be funny. Excuse me, miss, are you recently come to the city perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and well, what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even, a scrap of scribbled on parchment? My apologies, literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manners of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you have an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Use Spoony Bard is still used even though it's not accurate. I didn't know that. I learned something new today. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair, make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. A 100 years ago, on or near enough to not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeepers, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvant, and Nordvant alone, spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvant's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it to you. Or, if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. So it's basically the same way the Warriors of Darkness described it, I guess. You know, they snuffed out the darkness and then the light came and was like, yeah, no, we're jumping you two, or whatever. So were the Warriors of Light really evil, or were they just misguided and they assumed they had evil intent? Well, from what I've been told, or from what's happened so far, basically, the Warriors of Darkness of this world were Warriors of Light, and they defeated the, what was it called, the Shadowkeeper? They defeated the darkness in this world, but because this world was the one that was closest to the light, because that's another thing too, the ratio of light and darkness that each of the fragments of the source have, like what each world has, it varies depending on how close it is to the source. So the one closest, I think, has the most light and the least darkness, and the one furthest has the most darkness and the least light. Because you also do, like previously you did meet a character who came from the 13th world, I think, and that one has the opposite problem where the darkness just overran everything and the light there is like really like feeble and weak. My map? Oh, sure. So the Warriors of Light from this world became the Warriors of Darkness, I think, afterwards, and that's how we ended up meeting them in Heavensward. I think they had, I don't remember if it was because Minfilia sent them there, or they managed to get to, like, my world via, like, crystals, I think, because, you know, it's fucking Final Fantasy. And yeah, we had, like, an altercation with them, and then, like, Minfilia, like, had to clear some stuff up and between us or whatever. Yeah, basically, yeah, what Nox said, they won too hard. Yeah, they were bamboozled. Yeah, one continent left is quite a bit. Well, it depends on how big the continent is. If it's like the size of Asia, they'll be fine. But if it's like the size of like Australia, then yeah, I don't know. Considering that version of Hydaelyn we know has at least 6 continents and several islands, one continent surviving is a disaster. It seems more like an Africa-sized continent than a Europe-sized continent. To quote, we did everything right, everything that was asked of us, and it still came to this. Definitely a massive loss. Oh yeah, I got the map open. They defeated an Ascian, but the aspect of light went haywire. Check out the bar in the south. What is that? I guess it's either here or there. I'll put a marker here. Can I put a marker here? There we go. I'll check it out later. Elidibus made them the Warriors of Darkness to use on the... Yeah, Elidibus is like the, not the leader of the Ascians, but he's like a high-ranking one. Every world really needs a committee for monitoring the level of light and darkness and keeping the balance in check. Yeah, the Ascians, I guess, are kind of like, I guess they're like the Organization 13 of this game, although they're a little less, you know, They look a little more uniform than they're a little less varied, I guess, than you'd expect, you know, Organization 13 to be. But they all wear black coats, you know, so there's that. Okay. Norvant is basically more or less the Reflections version of Eorzea, so pretty much the same size. Left and southmost Etheria. So what? This? I'll figure it out. Organization 13, I mean Akatsuki. Oh, to the very left. Swear. What, wandering stairs? Okay. Yeah, I've stalled long enough. Oh, of course I can't use my mountain here. I guess because it's a, you know, hub area. The lore will come to you, don't worry. If you say so. New to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Braggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment from Drawn such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. I was about to say, hold on, what did you just call me? Is that some new slur I don't know about? I'm joking. That's probably what, I'm sure that's what they call auras here. Hey, something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume. And the taller one is an elf. Okay, they actually call the Elizans elves here. Okay. That's funny. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgent, while the one with the horns is a Drawn, like you. And then the large scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock, those would be the Zun. Okay, that's a lot easier to pronounce than Amalja. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'm here to answer your questions. Not a slur, just slang. Yeah, I guess. Fun fact, those are the names of the races in Final Fantasy XI with the exception of Lalafels. Yeah, what would Lalafels be called over here then? Or do they even have any Lalafels? Did all of their Lalafels get frickin' exterminated? Did the light foresee the Lalafell and take over and and rid the land of the potatoes? Total potato death. Oh, they're just called dwarves? Okay, I guess that makes sense. You can extract materials from all your accessories. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really touched the materia system in, like, forever. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Yes, it seemed you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noticed the details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. So did you copy and paste it, or did you cut and paste it? Like, is the Crystal Tower from the source, like, gone? Or did you just make a copy? I think Mikote are called Misto. Oh. Okay. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. So you got it from a different time period. Okay, sure. Alright, give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Haven't really been gaming so much in general lately. Yeah, I was kind of busy myself for the past couple months. At the moment, I've been watching a lot of classic sci-fi. In terms of Final Fantasy, though, I should really get back into 10. Only started that game, but dropped it quickly because FF Burnout hit. 10 is actually my favorite one. To be fair, there's still a good half of them I haven't played, so that might change, but 10's always been the one that I've liked the most. 10 was one of my favorites, but because of the magnitude jump in quality to 3D, I couldn't stop playing it back when it was new, and the nostalgia makes it easy to replay now. Yeah. 10-2, in my opinion, has a worse story but better gameplay. So even 10-2 is pretty good. You've done as I've requested, and I learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my hand of the bargain, or my half of the bargain, and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things, but I shall see that the guards know to admit you. Oh yeah, yeah, the frickin' Mikote that fucking locked himself inside of that tower. No, I just remember that motherfucker locked himself inside a crystal tower back in a Realm Reborn. He was like, yeah, I'll be chilling in here for like a long ass time or whatever. What do you mean the gates are open? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it's best we focus on the present. Alright, see ya, Tilrin. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, you're done exploring. Time for plot. That's cool, because usually if this was a Realm Reborn, you would do, like, 3 quests worth of exploring before you got plot. Or maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Greetings, madam. The Exarch awaits you within. Sure. I hope it's voice acted. Yeah, it looks like the Crystal Tower, alright.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
Yay, voice acting.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
Wait. Oh my god. So... this is some next level time zones right here. So... man, okay. Alright, I'm not even gonna bother trying to line it up.
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, You need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Okay, good. That takes care of that.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
So 3 years. But Thancred's been here 5 years. But oh my goodness.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well.
It was a fumble, all right. You were sitting here prank calling us while we were out there fighting the frickin' FF equivalent of World War I.
As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
So, like, they're still... Imagine reaching for the Warrior of Light and coming away with Thancred. Would be such a letdown. And we nearly died to Elidibus because of it. Yeah, like, fucking Elidibus, albeit in Xenos' body. But still, like... Yeah, I was about to say, Thancred is actually not really... I'm trying to think who is the strongest Scion besides me. It probably is Thancred. If we... No, it's probably Thancred. It could have been Lise, but she's not... I guess she's not a Scion anymore. Oh, right, yeah, they're... Okay, yeah, they're... Because they just got knocked out unconscious, right? So their bodies are still... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Souls are here in bodily form. They got stand bodies that look and feel the same as their original bodies. Okay, so basically... Oh, yeah, the inverse of, like, when the Warriors of Darkness came, okay, to the Source. Isn't Y'shtola kind of... I mean, she's probably the most... She's probably up there as far as one of the most, I guess, experienced Scions, but, like... She is a conjurer, and they're not really built for offensive capabilities. I mean, they know some offensive spells, but they're mostly for healing. I guess it comes down to the offensive spellcasters and then the physical attackers. And he was the only one that could actually go up against Arbert. She quit and now has a new lease on life. I remember that pun. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Y'shtola is the most magically powerful, but Thancred is probably the strongest combat-wise.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Let's see how it is.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift.
Y'shtola's sister is a summoner, and her master was Matoya. Don't count out the healer damage. She's a healer, but at least with the Scions, they didn't die. You get the main character privileges to come and go. Yeah. Just in case you need to go to previous areas to engage with the older content.
In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes.
Wow. Well, I guess that astral era was good while it lasted, huh? I gotta send out my servants or they gotta teleport back to Ulta.
Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
No way.
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours.
But only Xenos has beaten me, and Xenos, well, he's not dead, he's back, but, you know, it's killing me is no small feat, okay?
Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction.
Yeah, not much of an era historian if it was only like 2 years.
Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
Okay, that's a good sign.
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Do I have much of a choice? I mean...
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
In that timeline, the 8th Umbral Calamity expansion was so bad that you unsubbed. I unsubbed, record low sales, although I heard Dawn Trail kind of had a lower player count anyway, but, you know, even lower than that, everyone abandoned the game, went out of business. Truly the darkest timeline. Well, if we count 1.0, the only ones to beat us were Gaius Nao and Xenos. Yeah, I guess that's true. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which as it turns out is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here.
I like how of all the things they kept the same, it's the gil, the currency. Dawn Trail wasn't bad, I just didn't feel motivated to play. Oh.
And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Okay, cool, money is still good.
Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Tombstones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld.
Imagine if the cost of living between worlds was different. And tombstones. He manipulated the stock market. The look of despair at the tombstones. I guess I'm at the mercy of my dailies again.
Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
What the?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do.
A femboy pixie, now I've seen it all.
After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
People have crossed over and lost their teeth? Damn. That sucks.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
I think Feo Ul is voiced by a woman, I think. Guys, I swear I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just literally can't tell. It's not that it matters, but I'm just... It's fun. For what it's worth, I'll just say Feoul uses they, them pronouns. Feoul's JP voice is much more effeminate, but the Scottish accent is peak.
We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then, make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
You know, I've been wondering, why didn't Kryl get prank called? I guess she's not, like, officially part of this? I don't know. Or does it just not affect Lalafels? I guess Tataru.
Consider it done.
It's not like Papalimo's here for us to test that theory on. He's dead.
As you heard, that was Feoul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
The prank calls will continue until morale improves. The crowd doesn't get to play for a few more expansions. Feoul is voiced by Mary Reed from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I thought I recognized that voice. Okay, as a result, with your pact with Feoul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. Cool. Did I already... Let me just make sure. Okay, I did. By the way, when I say Feoul's pronouns are they, them, it's like how the Sylph, Beast Tribe, and A Realm Reborn use they, them pronouns. The Sylph equivalent here, Pixies also use they, them. Okay. I guess they're not, like, classified by gender the way, like, we are, or whatever. That makes sense. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay to make use as you see fit. When you're ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings, pray, rest, and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all of the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, weapons. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Give me 1 second, let me... Why? No, that was just outside, okay. Yeah, I can retire for the night. The in-cut scenes here are peak? Well, if you say so. What the? Oh. Hey,
I know
Long.
you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
Long time no see. I saw you 2 expansions ago. Yeah, I noticed it was like a remix of the Maker's Ruin. Or an arrangement. Yeah, I did notice that.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
Yeah, but not on purpose.
We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor.
The Ascians tend to do that, yes.
I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant.
Hey, Sentford. Long time no see.
Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away. Leaving me to bear witness.
Oh.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? A 100 years. 100 long years.
His hand phased through the cup. Tough.
My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
I got prank called.
You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this god's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured.
Shit's hitting harder because you use the exact same Ari model as me. Are you kidding? That's kind of funny.
If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Can't blame us for having peak taste, different hair and glam, but yeah. Yeah, I guess so. That is a very interesting way to sleep. Yeah, Ardbird does have a pretty good voice. I like it.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
Fine, I guess.
That is good to hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
Actually sad seeing how deserted the main cities get once their expansion is old news. Should have gone for the interesting response about the ghostly visitor. I was actually curious to see if he was gonna like how on rails the dialogue was. Like if I had picked that, if he was gonna like pivot the conversation towards like Ardbird, but I guess not. This map shows the lands of okay.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Okay.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty.
This map kind of looks familiar. I'm 100% the conversation is on rails and your response would have given almost nothing. Oh.
As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore. where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
But that's even farther than the other two. How is that easier to get to?
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armorang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters.
I can imagine they're like right near.
In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Do Alize's so we can welcome you to Shadowbringers. Coluzia is Limsalent of all. Okay. Oh my god. Can I do like a poll? I didn't know I'd get to pick. Wait, I don't think I can type in here. Dang. Hold on, I'll figure something out. Although I kind of want to do Alize just because...
So, will it be Calicia or Armorang? It matters not which you choose to visit first.
I kind of want to do Alize just because I'm more interested in, yeah, seeing what the enemy is more like as well. Yeah, you know what? I might do Alize first. Just because I want to. Yeah, Cather, I am alive. I am indeed alive.
Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters.
I guess that little girl that he was with in the trailers. I haven't caught a stream in months, part of my shock. Yeah, I haven't really streamed in months, outside of, you know, just the odd stream here and there.
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta do them both eventually. Okay, we'll do In Search of Alize first. Yeah, it was pretty regrettable timing. Holy shit, dude. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are a few who know the way of the desert as well as he does. Find him at Amaro Launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Okay. Hey, do I keep going up? I don't think so. I don't think I've activated this one yet, so let's do that. Also, hopefully you enjoy Peakbringers. Yeah, I hear it's really good, so I guess we'll see. The environments in Peakbringers are all peak.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang, once rose. When I journeyed
it's
here,
ruins.
long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Oof, no matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky might be bright as the scorching hours a day, but it's brisk enough to make you shiver. Interesting. Now the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this alley-safe friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop at Moored Soak to break up the trek, allowing me to attend some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Incoming peak field music. I turn off the battle music for this track. It's called The Sands of Amber. Alright, I can use my mount now. Alright, hold on. I forgot, I still have a... Hold on. There we go. Interrupting the peak field music. I forgot to turn it off. Turn around and feast my... Oh. Oh, well, 1 second. Sure. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kasar Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Norvant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along, great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. This is where I've gotten all my Final Fantasy XIV story from. I wish I could play it, but I know I wouldn't last long playing it. Yeah, MMOs, yeah, they're not for everyone. I'm not really much of an MMO guy either. It's just that this game is it's very solo-friendly. It's still kind of structured like a JRPG story-wise, and, I mean, I do really like Final Fantasy, so, you know. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Soak. The community is super friendly. Consider giving it a try. Also, Shadowbringers. Yeah, this is part of the free trial now. So you're getting A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers for free. Which is crazy. You haven't until Endwalker to decide if you want to commit. Yeah. And yeah, most everyone is pretty polite. But even then, like, I'm not really much of a social person. It's like, really, you can either do the dungeons with NPCs, apparently, or now you can, you know, if you do the dungeons with other people, you know, everyone kind of just says, oh, hey, they just wave hello, and then you do the content and then leave. Let's press on, shall we? Isn't there a level lock? And I wouldn't play religiously to keep up with the community. So the level locks at whatever you, whatever the latest expansion in the free trial is. So like Shadowbringers has a level cap at 80, so you would be able to level up. You would have access to every job that came out up until Shadowbringers, and you'd be able to level all of them up to 80, basically. And yeah, the keeping up thing is... the game is structured in a way that, like, the newer content is kind of sectioned off from the older ones, because, you know, like, every expansion you go to, like, a new area with a new hub world and new maps and stuff. So it's more like... people who are further ahead can, you know, you'll see them because they still go to older areas. But, like, you don't really miss out on that much being behind, like, you know... when I started, I think I started Final Fantasy XIV in like 2021 or 2022. And like back then the newest one was Endwalker. And like, you know, look how long it's been and I'm only just now getting to Shadowbringers. But like I've still felt like, you know, I never really felt like left behind per se. It's just, you know, kind of just play it at your own pace. And yeah, like I said, it's sectioned off in a way that you're not really going to run into spoilers anyway. Because every new expansion, you're taken to like a completely new area and stuff. The only time you're really probably going to be interacting with like more experienced players is when you're doing like your dailies, like your daily dungeon runs and stuff. Because obviously, they do like a shuffling thing. They call it the roulette, where basically, you know, they'll mix players of different skill levels together to make sure that experienced players can still assist newer players with older content and stuff like that, if that makes sense. But I mean, hey, if you know, if you want to just watch me, that's fine too. Like it's, you know, like I said, MMOs aren't for everyone. But I'm just saying, even as a guy who's not much of an MMO person, I still find this game pretty enjoyable. I will say one thing, playing some content on day one when everyone sucks is kind of fun, because you're all sucking and trying to figure out how to clear it. I'll never forget doing the Red Chocobo quest on day one. The massacre was real. Here we are, Mord Soak by the Blessed Shadow. I love this town. Mord Soak, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Hold on. Okay, I remember the Humes are the Hewers, the humans. What did they say the Mords were again? I don't think he mentioned Mords. Oh, have you met a Mord before? They look like shifty little blighters, but are more welcome. The Mords, okay, the Mords might be the Lalafels, if I had to guess. Should pay respects to Master Genjen? Okay. Ralphon's Line of Doom. I think you guys said this isn't, this corresponds with, hold on, let me check the chat. Let me scroll up a bit. I want to say this place feels like it could have been like Ul'dah. I don't remember. I know you guys said some of the... I know you said one... There's like a Gridania equivalent here. And a Limsa equivalent here. This looks like it could have been like Ul'dah before it got fucked up. Kill the potatoes? Kill the potatoes, but only because I really like fries. Okay, so it is Ul'dah, or what would have been Ul'dah. Okay, desert is Ul'dah, forest is Gridania, island is Limsa. Cool. Okay, the Mords are the Kobold. Okay.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord's.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
Okay, it's Souk. And it's still a marketplace, funnily enough.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mords do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
He's gonna haze me.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
Okay, that's not too bad.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
My precious, that'll be 30 gil.
verbal gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbal gold? Real verbal gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer. I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny. Over here!
Come and look.
You wait. Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat the 3 before you leave.
Did someone say one? Oh, money. Food is always good. That is unironically what I'd probably just spend it on in real life. Welcome to Ronron's Travel. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling over the merchandise, yes? Wait, what? Oh. That is my ever-burning bounty made with the best parts of the lizard meat. God damn. Cured with my special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Oh, you like those? Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Everyone's favorite, plump white worm slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed ringler, you'll never want any other treat. If you say so. Okay, I think I looked at everything. I guess. Alright, we'll talk to him. You can't eat. Alright, but what's the, where's the 4th thing? Is it this? No. Oh. I didn't see that. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. They all look tasty, yes. Which to choose, which to choose. I was about to say, yeah, I'm eating the meat. Yeah, put some spice in your steps. You won't feel the cold this night, and probably not the next one either. You have the gold. And done. One... I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that, but one honor buys you 10 sides of lizard meat. Damn. Cowardly choice. Dude, glazed worms? No, it's more so that I'm just hungry IRL, so, like, the meat just sounds way more filling, I'm gonna be honest. Glazed worms sounds like a dessert. Wait a minute. I might pay for this coming out the other end, but what an appetite, what a belly, a new legend is born in Mordso. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Jen will be pleased that you honored ours. Is this a prank call, or is this the meat catching up to me? Keeping the merchandise down, yes, no returns. All to save the world. I was watching from here, weapons. You honored our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mord Soak. If you need anything in Arang, we are here to provide. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on Lamar. Oh, shit. Well, right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mord Soak. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. What? Oh, right, I gotta use the receipt. Okay. Fair. Right. I'll figure it out. It's been a while. Wait. Okay. Clearly this is one of them, but... yeah, I figure I gotta use the... It is the receipt, right? Hold on. That's not what I wanted to pull at this one. Yeah, it's the receipt. Okay. Alright, maybe I'll try one of the others. Fine. I have not checked my deliveries in forever. Okay. Just checking, because I haven't really been on in a year, so... Oh, NPC, okay. That makes sense. Hmm? Maybe I have to engage with the item first. Very strange. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So that's table cactus. Okay. Wait. So I'm not, hold on. So I probably have to go collect these things, and then table cactus from Thonton and iron ore from Thol. Those sound like kobold names, so. Yeah, there's one of them. No, I probably got to use the receipt on him first. Fine, I'll use it on this. Do I just talk to the guy? Alright, well, alright, fine, I'm taking the ore. Iron? I don't remember. Okay. Lucky guess. Thonton. Okay, where's he? Alright, I can use my mountain here. Although I might as well collect this too. I still can't imagine playing this with a mouse and keyboard. I play it. The controller is fine for like movement and for battles, but like when it comes to like, I guess, I don't know. I guess it's just more convenient because I'm also streaming it, so it's just, you know. I don't gotta put the controller down if I want to interact with like chat or scroll it or anything like that. This is certainly a fetch quest to end all fetch quests. Table cactus, Thonton, iron ore, Thol. Okay, Moo. Too big, but I'll take it. Nobody's up here, right? Maybe there is someone up here. Yeah, okay, there's Momo. There's Thonton. Oh, was that it? Okay then. I really made that harder than it needed to be, huh? Aye, that's a lot. Alright, good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in this place before. I thought you're one to sit in the city like Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twaddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen, it's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Wait, how do you know me? I've never met you before. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alice has told me so much about you. You're weapons, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as weapons guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done. My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it'd be no trouble. That'd be great help, thank you. Well, looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. One thing I will say, as someone who does every side quest and talks to every NPC in every area as soon as I can, you're blazing through this. And I don't recommend playing the game like me. I'm gonna be honest, in most games I play, even RPGs, I don't really talk to like every NPC. Like, I might talk to a few in passing if they interest me, but like I don't really like Trails is the outlier where I might actually go out of my way and talk to some NPCs if I feel like it. Because, yeah, from what I've noted, yeah, Trails is kind of the only JRPG series where that kind of does matter. Most other RPGs, they're kind of just there, I guess. FF14 is the opposite of Trails. Most of the random NPC reactions aren't worth it. Wish I'd blazed through the story like this instead of wasting my time talking to every NPC in every area constantly like Trails. That's fine. Your fangirl has talked a lot about you. Yeah, I guess she chastises me in public, but glazes me in private. It sucks playing any game after Trails because you start talking to NPCs and are always let down. Tesleen, my beloved, she uses the same hairstyle as my own character. I can't wait to welcome you. Okay, sure. They're down there planning a surprise party or some shit. Alice has been desperate to see you, weapons, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge and head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. I need a therapist to train me to stop interacting with the side content in most JRPGs. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try and make a meal out of us? I thought you might. Alice was always saying how much... Yeah, I mean, let's get going, shall we? Wrong mount. Sure. Wrong button. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And I hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alice was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. Okay. Okay, sure. Oh. Yeah, in case you haven't noticed, I don't have my MMO mouse anymore. So this actually will take some getting used to. Return to Revenant's Toll. Right. I forgot to set frickin'... I forgot to set the new place as my home point. Replace your weapon. I'm trying to... do I have... Oh, I do. I do have a better one, actually. Right, okay. I knew I had this thing glamored. I don't know why... As you can tell, it has been ages since I've played this frickin' game. Where is the... You know what? We're doing this. I get them back to the Crystarium. Set home point. I was unattuned to both of these. Well. That's unfortunate. I'm hoping I can get back there from here. Oh no. How do I get back there? Because I think before he just teleported me there. And I assume this goes back to the source. Oh, right, the airship dock. Okay. I thought I had just locked myself out of the story. That would have been unfortunate. Exarch's probably confused as hell seeing you leave on the airship before sheepishly returning from the source a few minutes later. The MRO launch. Yeah, this, right? Airship launch? Or is it something else? Oh no, okay, it's this. Okay, fairs. Really does suck that I can't use my mountain here, but I guess that's what the Aethernet is for. Oops, wrong way. Oh. Amaro is just what they call the chocobos here, huh? I could have teleported here. Hit the aetherite? Okay, yeah, that's probably a good... Yeah, I probably should. I'll just get this one since I'm closer to it. Wrong way. Sure. Yeah, I'm real fucking rusty. It's funny because I was just here to hit the aetherite. illness. Or afflicted, I mean. Alright, and we're headed back out. The giant wall of light. Oh, whoa, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it is pretty bright up there, huh? Beyond it lies the rest of this star, which was overrun. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's one of them.
Back here!
She's gonna fall on her head. She's gonna break her concentration. Oh, I guess not.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
She's showing off. And she coincidentally happened to be one of the flashiest jobs in the game.
How are you?
Hello, Red Alphino. Good thing she's wearing red, or I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. That's how it goes, right?
We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
Yeah. They also ding the red Oni and the blue Oni trope.
He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
Fair enough.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. A 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations.
Basically, the red Oni is hot-head and the emotional, and the blue Oni is cool, calm, and collected. Now that you've described it, I do recognize the trope. I just didn't know it was called red and blue Oni.
Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood.
So basically, Shadowbringers in a nutshell is, oops, we OD'd on light. It's a trope as old as time. Another example is Dante and Virgil from, Devil May Cry.
Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach.
Thanks for reminding me I still gotta make a review for Devil May Cry 5. I played it multiple times, I just have been too lazy to actually write up a review for it.
But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities.
And 7 out of 10, too much light. Oops, we OD'd on light. I never heard it put in that way, but it's eerily accurate.
They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them.
Soul and Kai from Guilty Gear. I never played it, but yeah. Ragna and Jin from Blaze Blue.
The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
Reen and Crow is kind of like that too, albeit a bit inverted because Crow is the more talkative one and Reen is the more like collected, calm and collected one. It's just a matter of time, more for some, less for others. Those patients will all... Oh, okay, so all those people in there have, like, frickin' light seeds in them. Okay, I get it. Understood. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or a carapace is a sin eater, but you'll know soon for sure when they come slavering at your aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Okay. 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 Ah, okay, fine. We'll fight you. Yeah, they're more slowly turning. Like a zombie or something, I guess, yeah. Right. Why am I doing this? I have a bike. I've got to be up early tomorrow, so I'm leaving now. I hope you enjoy the Shadowbringers welcome. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Have a good night. Pointless paperclip. Look, I pulled out the motorcycle. Come on. I totally pulled it out before he got to me. Okay, so not all of them necessarily have sin eaters on them. Knew there was one in here. Okay. Piss off. Alright, cool. How did you fare? Pretty good. I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you notice it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the void scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended to by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or a hamlet. They're quite literally shiny void scent, I guess. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play, and you've certainly helped on that front. Yeah, report to Tesseline Shore. Pack animals, yeah, essentially. Alice tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have her thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice has missed your company. Everything is always, if weapons were here, she would. That is an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect weapons methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. And thus we begin the weapons glazing protocol. Congratulations, your Xenos glaze evolved into weapons glaze. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation is really something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though. No doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when we went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alice? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. Tessalina's great. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pawnil, Toden, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Tessalina's great. She seems alright. Thank you. Bro is looking a little pale. That's not a good sign. A little amnesia is good for him, probably. Not making that mistake twice. Oh, free? Alright. I won't say no to that. She's pushing it.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
Water. Just...
That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness.
Or I can't tell if that's water or like sand or, you know, it looks like a whole lot of nothing.
Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters.
It's sand like the burn? Okay. That makes sense.
But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over.
So there's no cure? I guess that's a dumb question. Obviously there probably isn't, otherwise they would have applied it by now.
The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Basically, light is passive, and so it turned into a perfect white wasteland of nothing. Like with tempering, yeah.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is more than enough. Is more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. All I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Yeah, it is pretty sad, I'll admit. Yeah. It's pretty fucked up. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Thank you. Alice explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Well, nothing's going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat, I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs. Oh, it's nothing, really. And we do so rarely have guests. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Well...
I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death.
Yeah.
When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one.
Yeah, it could have been worse. As fucked up as it is to say that, it could have been worse.
It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
Yeah.
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it.
They would probably be offended at the term Warrior of Light. What do you mean a Warrior of Light? Yeah, like we don't have enough light already.
Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Yeah, Sin Eaters are kinda... Doesn't really make sense if the Sin Eaters just perceive every living thing as sinful, so, you know, for lack of a better term. Give it time. just let it simmer. Let me cook. Why is everyone looking up? Why is everybody looking up?
They're coming.
Oh boy.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Welp. Gee, I wonder what could have happened to him. Weapons, allies say we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated they can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Understood. Where is the... I wonder if this mutes. Okay, cool. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I was trying to figure out how to unmute the mic. I forgot where I'd put the unmute button.
Any sign of him?
Nope, nothing.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Yeah, probably. Oh shit, it's that one angel from the trailer. Well, or is that a Sin Eater too? I guess that's a higher...
The size of that thing. It must be one of the nasty ones.
I guess that's a higher ranking Sin Eater. It looks like an angel, so I just said angel. But yeah, it's the one from the trailer.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Halric!
Huh.
We have to run!
Wow.
Tessie! No!
That didn't last long. Well,
We all deserve happiness. Wherever we can find it.
it was nice knowing you, I guess.
The time left to you is
Return
precious.
me someday.
No one should.
Appreciate it, Wolfster. Welcome to Shadowbringers. Oops. All light.
Mother, I...
Ansem would have a stroke if he was here right now. Jesus Christ.
No, 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 no!
Okay, so this looks bad, but she'll be fine with a little rest. Would you believe me if this wasn't the original scene the creators made? Is the original like on YouTube or something? But yeah, this is but a flesh wound. You can sleep this one off, I'm sure. Oh wait, it's permanently daytime. You probably can't sleep it off. They had to change it before it released. Oh. So we can only speculate on it, but the creators mentioned what would be shown. Now you've been officially welcomed. I forgot how similar my character is to yours weapons. I have the same horn stop, but mine are white. And yeah, the people aren't even dead. They are fully conscious within it and can't do anything. So what does that mean? If you kill one, then the person still feels the pain too? Like they know that like they're getting killed and there's nothing they can do. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, nature, you scary. Yeah, they can't even bury her because she... Damn. It's no different from the people that are turned by primals. If I had a nickel for every time a Final Fantasy girl was killed by a one-winged angel. Which isn't much, but it's just weird that it happened twice, huh? It's just really weird how it happened twice. Oh shit, I can't pin from in here. Sorry, Noxa. You're spiritually pinned. I can't pin it from Streamlabs for whatever reason. Although technically this one still had 1.5 wings. It's a running joke in the community. They say you haven't started Shadowbringers until you reach this scene. Oh my god. Halric is unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. At least with people that are tempered, they are brainwashed. That is being turned into a monster while being fully conscious of what's going on. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late. Too slow. And I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here. The funny thing is, y'all were just gassing up Tesleen or whatever. It's like... Oh man, the Horchafont glaze I can at least understand. At least he stuck around longer before he frickin' kicks the bucket. But like, damn. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Tesleen has a very bright career ahead of her. Yeah. It's not really bracer work, though, unfortunately. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesleen's word close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes. And a purpose. This damned light, building without cease, it's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only by a little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there, everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. Oh, that's another Tuesday for us. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, something like that. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. Tesleen has a way of lighting up the room. It's a career being turned into a cryptid. You're not wrong. That's all I'll say. You're not wrong. Wait, where am I going? Maybe there's a crystal near it. Well, something like that. Because I can transport over there and then drive. Forgive me, Weapons, I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight in my own way, with steel. Gods above, I feel like it feels like an age ago now. Miss Alice, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Arm... I've already forgot how to pronounce this shit. Arang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Thanks for seeking me out, Weapons. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction. But you still have to visit Alphino, haven't you? And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Oh, cool, I got another stack of this. Okay, so what we can do... we'll do the Alphino string of quests, I guess. We'll go check up on Alphino. And then when we get done with that, unless something really, really groundbreaking happens or whatever, I think I'll end it there after we get Alphino back. However long that ends up taking. You wish to visit Alphino in Colcia, then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction presented to Sezem Genmai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take you there. Sorry, he will take care of you. I'm seeing words that aren't there now. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Alphino route will surely be peaceful and calm in comparison. I don't know about that. You know, just my luck, he'll have just gotten himself into some trouble. I'm out for the night. Enjoy the bread and tea. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Ethermelt. Yeah, have a good night. Gundam for life. Bro, what is that hotbar? Dude, I just reinstalled the game yesterday. I still have not gotten this fully sorted out. Plus, I'll be switching over to Dark Knight eventually, so this isn't even going to matter in a little bit. But yeah, for now, it's functional, okay? I kind of forgot how to play the game. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Colusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. That's right. Mounts like my great friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield, more accustomed to chocobos perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. I have no place to judge because I use PlayStation default. That's fair. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro Launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. You want to fly an Amaro to Colusia? Well, I suppose if Master Zhenmai is going with you... Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. You can now travel to Colusia, speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island. Okay.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath.
This must be the Limsa equivalent.
Still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music.
Nice work on the model kit last video. Thanks.
On the lifeless air. And in the distance.
Yeah, like I said, I had done that a year ago. I just didn't bother finishing editing it until a while ago. I need to sleep. I'll leave you on in the background, but won't be commenting. Have fun. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Wolfster. If for whatever reason, yeah, you don't comment after this. Because, yeah, it is. Yeah, assuming you're East Coast, yeah, it'd be like almost midnight for you. It's pretty late for me, too, but yeah. We arrived. This is correct Shell Beach on the east coast of Kalusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. It looks like Limsa, alright. Spy you that city in the I might have to come off anyway because it looks like my freaking earbuds are about to die on me. And I don't have anything wired on me. Fuck. We'll see how far we get. Maybe we'll do like 2 more quests. Anyway, spy you that city in distance. That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the Abominations. But there's a but. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer leaders of other settlements their protection if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. Now, hopefully I can get off my butt and finish my model kit that has 184 water decals. It's a robot with camo, therefore I have to do it. That sounds like a nightmare. I'm glad we understand each other now. The Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Yeah, I know I said I was going to play longer, but honestly, like, if my earbuds are about to... Everything I have is kind of... How do I put it? I don't have any wired headphones on me, so if my earbuds are about to die, I actually kind of do have to come off. But I think we got a good 4 hours out of it, and we got Alice back, so, you know, I still think that's decent progress. So anyone who's still here, you know, thanks for stopping by, I guess. Shadowbringers does look promising, it seems, so yeah. I guess I'll see y'all next week and we'll see where we go from here. I'm not the biggest fan of water decals, I only use like 15. Get back in the streaming groove. Yeah. And that's kind of, you know, I do kind of... It was also, yeah, me getting back into the habit of regularly streaming. But yeah, I'll be doing this again next week. But until then, I will, yeah, see y'all next week.